Alright, we got our setup ready a little bit quicker than we thought we would, so we'll get started a few minutes early. Welcome, or welcome back, depending on who's joining us today. So there have been some interesting developments up in this area. The Dwarves have decided that they wanted to come and have some fun again. So, they had put themselves right up here, and we're going to try at the keep. But we just figured no, we'd put an end to that. So, I'm going to come down here, try and clear out these forts, because they don't need those forts. They definitely don't need these forts. It's 6 seconds to wait on Grima. See how Barad-dûr is doing. Why did you guys already attack Barad-dûr? Nice job clearing away all the forts, but we gotta wait for everybody to get down here before we attack Barad-dûr, guys. I don't think you're gonna be taking it out on your own. But in that case, I wanna get a fort down here now, so that I can help when the time comes. Now live on my YouTube channel, Lord of the Rings Rise to War. Funny enough. And we are going to be smacking that fort, especially that fort. This Sean Snow, he angered me with this relocation he pulled last night. I just got myself back in range with my 300 tile. Nope. Find something else now. Minutes. He's still doing 100,000 siege damage, so screw it. We'll just go for it. It'll only take 1 or 2 hits. gonna need another hit. Yes, he is. We got Julio. Mr. Julio. It's gonna take the more to get up here now. Half an hour. Buggers. Alright, well, we'll just deal with the forts that we got here. Looks like we're still on track to try and retake Barad-dûr at some point, though. So that's good. Seems like a bit quieter day, though, in general. People online. And there goes the fort. Alright, so Grimma's pretty well standard, I think. Yeah, we got one hit left somewhere. Not sure where I should send the Grimma. Oh, he's still healthy. That made the decision of what I wanted to do with Grimma pretty easy. See what happens here. Who are you sending in, Julio? Who are you sending in? Hope somebody that can take a beating. Nope. Yeah, it didn't go well for him. That did not go well for him at all. Still got the reinforcements on the way. Alright, so we know that Agzok is going to get his reinforcements in 11 minutes. We're going to need to reinforce. Oh, Grim is out of stamina, so he's got to go home. Never mind that. Really? Yeah, he's gonna come try and take out my forts then. Probably a smart move, dude. Either that or he's coming to try and reload King Dead. Got a worn king. Yeah, I think that's the plan. We're gonna try and Relo King, clear my forts. Do they seriously want to retake Hills, or are they just doing this so we can't go after Barad-dûr again? Like, this is ridiculous. They're fighting up here. Why are these guys giving us a pain in the ass down in Hills? Hey Pablo, how's it going, man? Welcome back to the stream. Everything's going alright. We haven't lost any land up here yet, but as you can see, there are some developments. The dwarves, at least some of the dwarves. It's Julio and Sean Snow and Zickus, I think, are pretty much the only three down here giving us issues. But they decided to come in and start hassling us down here. And I think Julio is going to try and relocate King. So, I don't know if I'll be able to save him. Hey there, Fleeting. How goes? How goes? Welcome back. Now, we did have a team down here. They've done a fine job clearing out the forts that Gondor had put in. So we are looking to be in a position to try and hit this again. Why are people attacking this? You're not gonna take. What are you doing? Why are you wasting? You're not gonna take it by yourselves. We don't have enough people. Come help us in Hills. Jesus. This is exactly what screwed us the last time. Yes, we needed those forts gone. And great, people took Northern Con back. But now we are back in a position where dwarves up here are causing us issues and slowing us down. So we need everybody to come up here, kick the crap out of them real quick, and then we can go back and finally take Barad-dûr. No, on the 24th of August, the beta just ends. From what we've been hearing, possibly early December is when the game might release. Yeah, Isengard's Snagathrax are a really, really good unit. So are the rest of the units that they have. Well, not all of them, I guess. I don't really like the Berserkers. The Snipers are great. And yeah, the Snagathrax are amazing. God damn it. Yeah, they learned from us yesterday. Austin, welcome back. Alchemist with that ring wraith buff are ridiculous. I would imagine that they are. Increasing the burn damage even more. Oh my god, these guys, like, this is just ridiculous. Why? Why are these guys doing this? I honestly don't know. They're the only 3 dwarves. All the rest are up here fighting the elves. These guys just had to come and screw with us. sake. Hey, the Nightbot works. Yeah. God damn it, these fucking dwarves. And again, like, you guys came so close to actually doing proper teamwork. Yeah, they need time, though, to make changes and fix whatever bugs people have found, or, you know, implement any suggestions that they might want to. Like, again, so many people, like, yes, we said that certain things needed to be done and that people needed to split up momentarily. But, again, too many people just went off doing their own goddamn thing. We didn't actually need this back. It's nice that we got it. But we had been asking all yesterday to get people up here to help just deal with these dwarves so that we could finally get back here and deal with this. But no, people just ignore that, do their own thing, and now we're screwed having to sacrifice Hills of Rhun again. Thank you so much, everyone that did not listen again. Such team players. Sorry, but it is so frustrating to see the exact same thing that screwed us before, that we just worked ourselves out of, happen again. We have a little bit of success, and then everyone just does whatever. They all forget the plan. I had clearly suggested, and people agreed with, that, you know, we focus on this area, and then if we get BD back and still have time, then maybe we try and take these back as like a final thing. But this was the area that was agreed upon to be the focus. So it's just super frustrating, like I said, to see a plan come together, be agreed upon, and then people just doing whatever they want anyway. Yeah. well, if it takes time, like, Jesus, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, that's that 3 months, like you said, that's at least what we've heard type thing. That's what we've been able to gather. We haven't had any confirmation on that. That's just our best guess. Alright, so I still got Agzox sitting here. What? Where's his valid movement range then? Whatever, I don't know. I guess let's send him home. I don't know where his movement range is anymore. I think he destroyed his fort. Alright, but I don't know. I think we are just going to need to make the call basically to sacrifice this. This Rune AI could really be doing a lot more to help. Yeah, they haven't put a lot of info out about it yet. That's why it's so hard for us to even say when we think it's coming out. Because we can't find a lot of information either. Got some timers going. These forts down here. Nice. The chieftain's going after him. Well, at least they are hitting them. Not doing a whole lot, but they are hitting them. Alright, so I need a tile around here. Oh, okay, well, I still got my 11 actually. Anything higher around? No, that 11 is probably the one I was using down here. So let's get that one. I hate how it teases you like that at first. Go over a tile and it looks blank. Lag. Most of this area has been pretty populated. Pretty populated. Do have a 12 over here though. That's a possibility. It's a decent distance away, but it's better than nothing. That's what I gotta go with. That's what I gotta go with. Yeah. Where the hell was it again? Hey Lawrence, welcome back to the stream. How goes? How are things? Trying to find a 260 somewhere around here. Ah, yeah, I was coming back over. Like I just did that last night to kind of try and introduce that game to stream a little bit. But I figured I'd still mainly stream this one on here just because I have, you know, people that watch it here. And then slowly migrate the streams over to Twitch. But I do think Twitch is going to be the streaming platform, at least for the time being. And then I'll just put videos up on YouTube. Hey Mark, got a camping trip this weekend, eh? Nice. Hopefully the weather works out for you. That must feel nice, eh? Getting out and going camping again. Well, I hope you have fun. Yeah, there's not a lot of selection in the way of tiles around my new location. So, I had something around here though. Fairly close. There was a decent sized tile. Where'd it go? I'm sure I had a 260 right around here somewhere. Got 200. Fine then. Oh, there's a 300. Okie dokie. So this is my target. Hey Wigwezen. How goes? Welcome back. Oh, you're not even sure if you'd play another beta if they did that, Lawrence? Not even just to try out like another faction or anything? Well, sometimes the in-game music like disappears, it seems. And so I have the background tunes on just kind of for those moments. If it's off-putting, I can turn the background music down even more, and then just have the game sound coming through, mainly. Full YOLO mode. Nice. Okay, so I was trying to figure out how I can get a path. Where did I just... I lost the 300. Where'd it go? How do you lose a giant tile like that? Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Lawrence. It does suck having to start over from fresh. Okay, I'm confused. I know I had a 300 around here. Where the heck did it go? Or 300. What? Right here. Jesus. Okay, so it's from here that I need to path. I need to have somebody in the base that can get there. It's actually, it's seeming like a lot of Mordor players are wanting to go Angmar. So chances are I may end up going Angmar along with Gondor, at least for my first couple of accounts. Who knows, maybe I'll just roll a die on stream and choose. Get a D4. Or a D8. Yeah, could just do a D8. That'd make it even easier. Alright, so we just need somebody to path. I don't really have any fast units, do I? Yep, I believe I did release a video on ring power, at least, and how I set my ring up. Let's double check that here. Maybe it might just still be one of the ideas rocking around in the head. Yeah, okay. I did not. So it is. It's just one of the ideas I had knocking around in the head. But yes, a video on ring builds and like building priorities definitely sounds like a good idea. I will, when the game launches Wegwezen, I will be doing kind of like a 0 to hero series. So I'll take a fresh account and I'll take at least one account and use that to highlight everything I do with it from day one. And so anytime I'm on that account, I'll be sure to be streaming it to keep people up to date on, like you said, priorities and all that. And then I'll have other accounts that maybe are my mains that get updated when they can. Alright, so I'm looking for a scout. I need somebody to march. Alright. Where are you? Why are you not? You're just there to build us that fort? Yeah, I guess that would be... I guess that's what you'd call that, wouldn't you, Lawrence? A let's play. Still not up on all the terms. Angmar has the Fallen, which is a mounted unit. It's got its special ability is Spite, so it gets, I believe it's 6% bonus damage upon receiving damage, and that stacks up to 10 times. Maltok. R5. So like, see, allies with wargs. So that would mean orcs, like your warg units. They deal 30% more damage because of this. On round 5, any wargs that you have will recover 160% HP, and that's modified by his focus stat. So he is one of these commanders that the two biggest stats for him, in my opinion, are speed and focus. The might, not so much, because he's not going to be doing as much damage himself, but his troops will do the extra damage. And then the last one is just the units with wargs. It increases their defense by 40. So, where's my Maltok here? I don't know if I'll be able to... Yeah, I can't check it now. Do I have a report from him, though? Yeah. So, what the hell? That doesn't make any sense. I think Maltok might be bugged anyway. People have been... Or is that just in battle that activates? Commander, that's what I'm going to. Maltok. Units with wargs. Defense. Plus 40. Huh. Yeah, so Maltok seems to be bugged. I haven't actually been looking at Maltok lately, but... Right here it says units with defense 40 plus 40. And if I go back and look at my Maltok report from just recently, like, are these not wargs? Where's the defense plus 40? Huh. We all thought Maltok was going to be a much stronger commander than he is, but he doesn't seem to be working properly, unfortunately. Ah, okay, yeah. How's the server looking with the map? I will show you, Wegwezen. It looks like this. Dwarves are doing pretty well. Elves are holding their own. Isengard's doing Isengard things. Rohan's got a bit of a foothold again in here. Gondor has, stabbed the head of their spear into Mordor. We're trying to take that back now. And Mordor's still doing alright. We're holding our own. So, it's been a pretty even, balanced, up and down map. It's been good. It has been good, that's for sure. But yeah, fleeting, I don't actually use Maltok nearly as much as I thought I would. I was really excited to get him and get him to rank 5 fast, but it's just too narrow. Because you basically always want to just load him up with, one mounted unit. But then he doesn't have much versatility. Well, the Wegwezen, the defense on the unit doesn't go up as you level up the unit. Like, I'll go in and show you here. 'Cause, yeah, that was... was the scouts here. Yeah, like they're mounted on wargs. They are mounted. These are wargs. Their defense is 16. Their defense was going up to 19 because of some equipment that I had on. But like, there's nothing in here that specifies that these are wargs and those ones weren't. So I don't think it's just that I had the wrong troop on. Same with this. There's nothing on here that specifies that these are wargs over the other ones. So with a base defense of 16, putting those scouts on Maltok, these guys at rank 5, what did I just do? What happened? I'm confused. So, okay. Whoop. At rank 5, these guys on Maltok with that skill should have a base defense of 56. Yeah, but Lawrence, if you check out some of the other servers, server 1, server 4, or server 3, sorry, yeah, not server 4, we're server 4. Server 1, server 3, for example. I don't know about some of the higher numbered servers, but I know those two in particular, 1 and 3, those are what unbalanced servers look like. Hey, go Nightbot. It works. Thanks, Lawrence. That one's for you. Hey, Majested Escanor, welcome to the stream, man. Any questions about the game that you see? Feel free to ask. We'll try and answer as best we can. And yes, Wigwes and some of the best commanders, any commanders that have a heal or multiple heals at, you know, the base respect or respect 3 levels are really good. Yeah, for Rohan, you know, Eowyn and Theoden just make healing mounted units look super OP. But yeah, it definitely is good. Stun defense, avoidant, things that get around avoidance. You know, stuff that prioritizes certain units, that kind of stuff I've found really benefits most commanders. Things that increase speed. We don't know exactly when the game officially releases. The best we've been able to gather so far is possibly early December, because the beta ends on Tuesday, August 24th. And so that'll give them, you know, 2 or 3 months to implement any changes they feel they need to make, fix any bugs that we have found, and just, you know, do any advertising, marketing, or anything like that that they want to take care of before they fully release. The only ones that do that, though, are the Bow Knights, Wegwezen. They're mounted units slaughtering giants. The Bow Knights do have bonus damage against large creatures, but none of the other mounted units do. So... And I do believe, Lawrence, that is one of the best tips anyone can give anyone else in this game. If you want to improve, read your battle reports. Anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about, right here. You come in here, you read your battle reports. You can find out what troops they were using, what their stats were. You can find out what skills and gear their commander has, what their stat levels are. You can compare damage numbers. You can laugh when your commander does 140,000 damage to them. But one of the other real helpful things about battle reports is coming into the details section. You can actually come in here and see every single bonus, buff, debuff, point of damage that goes on round by round, unit by unit. These are the pre-battle phase, ring buffs, stuff like that. And then the 10 rounds each play out just like this. And you can see, you know, this is where speed comes in. His units are all faster than mine, so they're going to act first, which makes sense. Oh, Agzok gets in there after the Cavaliers, though, so he's got a bit of speed himself. Like I said, this is where you can find out exactly where your damage is being dealt, you know, what abilities are going off in what rounds, like Black Art's going off here to get the heal block. So yeah, the Ram Riders and the Cataphracts cannot recover HP. Things like that. Going into the battle reports, diving deep into them. That can really help, especially now that they've also included public battle reports. So anyone that's in your warband, you can get battle reports from them as well, just by hitting public. And just taking a look. Just the same way. And see how their fights went. And again, once you start paying attention to the troops, start studying the troops and the abilities that each troop has and how they can counter each other, that's when everything starts to fall into place. Yeah, it's hard at first when you see the battle reports, because I don't find, you know, the game, the tutorial, I don't think they do a very good job at all of explaining what the battle reports actually are and how they can help you. Maybe they do. Maybe I just sped through that part of the tutorial. But once you start to dive into them and realize just how much information is there, then yeah, it can become your best friend. That is for sure. Yeah, Magistad, if you're still with us, if this is a game that you think you're going to be interested in and you're going to want to check it out, I do have a few tips and tricks videos on my channel, as well as a few other streams you can check out just to get an idea of what the game is like and certain, as I said, tips and tricks for new players for when the game does release. Keep in mind though, as I've said, there are probably going to be a number of changes when the game releases. So take any of that stuff with a grain of salt. The information may not all be accurate come launch. Huh? What do I want? What do I want to hear? Loud noises? Loud noises! I love Lamp. I love Lamp. Alright, so he's going home so that we can use him to path toward that 300. And yeah, we're at another one of these times where it's like Timer City. Timers, timers, timers. So many timers. Yes, loud noises from yesterday. Good times. Good times, man. Yeah, YouTube's got to up their chat game in terms of, you know, how they allow users to express themselves and whatnot. Twitch chat yesterday was pretty funny. I gotta start, I think tonight I gotta try and get a bunch of footage for commander guides. To a point, yeah. I would say so, fleeting. You know, using gems on building upgrades in order to get your tier 4 units, your like the tier 3 units, for each of your base ones, and then the tier 4 unit, yeah. I would definitely say that's a good use of early game gems. Same with speeding up conscriptions in that first 24 hours anyway, because you've got the conscription speed up and all the buffs we get in that first 24 hours. It usually doesn't cost much to rock out the Apo. Alright. Yeah, so we got these guys all marching. Just marching. Marching Marvin. So I think I'm going to take this opportunity to go for a quick bathroom break, quick smoke, grab some water, and I will return in a few minutes. Oh boy. We'll leave the, we'll put the intermission screen on so that everyone's still got something to look at. Fancy. And I shall. Hey, Lord Phantom, welcome back. I'm just going for a quick break. Just go grab some water, hit the washroom. I will return, but welcome back to the stream. Thanks for joining. Alright, we are back. We will get the transition back over here. Oh. Oh. Oh, chilly in my room today. Crazy. But yeah, it seems like we were making the call. I was pretty sure that would be the call. The more sensible one. Ah, yes, Lord Phantom. You're James, if I recall. Correct? Well, right now, I think we're still just kind of waiting to make sure we can get more people here. Because we're going to need as many people as we can get to take this. It is not going to be easy. But we're making the call to sacrifice Hills of Rhun for now. And we're going to focus on getting everybody down here to take BD. Maybe. Hey Frosh, how goes? Welcome back to the stream. Oh, okay, sorry about that, Lord. I've been trying to keep track of in-game names and YouTube names. Yeah, trying to figure out where the best place for a fortress is. I had suggested Dementhor wants to come build one down here. I'd suggested you just take this from Gun and build it here. But he's talking about Ashen Plains there. You know, this big old mountain in the way there, Dementhor. That's all. That's my only concern. I just want to make sure that if you build a fortress there, can actually cross this mountain with it. Otherwise, there's no point. Is there anything a little bit closer? 230 there. Yeah. Hey Rhino, welcome back to the stream. No problem, Frosh. Don't be working too hard. Yeah, these guys are still doing their thing up here now. Bloody hell. So just a heads up for anyone that doesn't know yet, I'm also starting to stream on Twitch. Got myself set up there. Was trying to stream this on there last night, but Twitch doesn't have this game in their categories because it's not on the Play Store anymore. So it's not going to be an easy one for people to find until the game launches, I think. What, they're not joining your Gondor group? Where are they going? That's crazy. Are they joining Isengard? Or like that group of players? Or they just have their own group that they're going with? Yeah, I got no units really to scout with, so I guess I just gotta use what I gotta use. These guys actually, there's faster guys I can use, aren't there? 55, 66, 88. Oh wow, yeah, that is pretty sad. Is unfortunate, Lawrence. You know what, do I even have time? Might as well just start sending everybody over to BD. That would be insane. That would be way too overpowered. I don't know exactly how many I'm going to be getting. Enough. Yeah, I saw that happening, King, and I tried, you know, scattering them a little bit. But they got my forts. They learned from your tactic, though. It was funny. My guys were out doing other things, then as I went back to try and reinforce, they came and hit the forts to send me home. What the hell? Oh, okay, well that's fine. Yeah, that'll work. I thought it was farther out than that. Alright, excellent. We're gonna have a fortress set up here in 3 hours. Yeah, so I'm not worrying about that 300 then, because I don't really have time to even try mocking. Just got to get everybody sent back over to Barad-dûr and be ready to attack it. So let's get some forts upgraded so we can get some more people over here when we need to. Alright, so this one's got 3. Good. Yeah, Lawrence, I know that, I know I can see that information up in there. It's just not really information I want to reveal. Oh, nice. What do you think of the elves? The Sentinels, or the Sentinels, the Bonites, or the March Wardens? Which archers? Haldir, yeah. Haldir's a really good commander. Wow. Yeah, yeah, I mean, elves have a few to choose from, eh? But yeah, I mean, when you're starting off, they definitely come in handy. That having that avoidance early on makes things a lot easier. I do find later game upgrading to the sharpshooters once you get them is beneficial. But yeah, they definitely come in handy early on with that avoidance. Yeah, the Angmar. Oh. No. I didn't even know that. I didn't pay attention to that. GG. Nope. Erebor took Carndun. So no Angmar AI. Yeah, and that's definitely what I would suggest, Rhino, is taking Haldir and Eowyn as your 2 comms. Because, yeah, like you said, they just... Oh! They're both great commanders to have. If you can get Eowyn to rank 5 or respect 5 really quick, she becomes a beast. As you've probably seen going up against her. Who are still there, but the info is not really good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I agree with you there, Lawrence. Like, I wish they had just let all 4 evil factions be playable so that we could get a true representation of, what kind of map state we'd be looking at, and get true in-depth testing with the Angmar and the Rune units. Because there is a big difference between reading the battle reports, which I still advocate highly, but there's a big difference between just reading them and actually using the units in battle yourself and being able to tweak compositions yourself. But I agree. I do agree, Lord Phantom. I like Angmar for the T4 unit as well. I think it's going to be pretty good. One of the big reasons I like Angmar is because most of their units, including their T4, are pretty cheap in terms of resources to recruit them. So it's going to be a lot easier to maintain an army if you go Angmar and you were used to playing Mordor. Oh, you're not. Yeah, it is a tough decision. One of the things I keep telling myself is that, right now I'm just making the decision for Season 1. Season 2, we get the decision all over again. So, maybe I want to go Angmar, Gondor, Season 1, and then maybe I want to go Rhun, Dwarves, Season 2. Something like that, I'm trying to at least tell myself that to try and make the decision easier. It isn't easier to actually finalize the decision by any means, but those are considerations that I'm making. Yeah, we still got almost 14 hours of Apo time. Really? Yeah, because just because you choose a season or a faction for Season 1 doesn't mean you're locked into that faction for the rest of the seasons. So each season we get to choose our factions again. So I think the way it's going to work, unfortunately, so if on Season 1 you choose to go good and you unlock so many commanders, but you don't have an evil account, and then Season 2 you decide to go evil, you won't have any commanders because the only ones you would have kept would have been evil commanders that you unlocked. That's the main reason that I'm going to make sure I have a good and an evil account for Season 1, so that I can unlock commanders across both good and evil factions, and then come Season 2, I'm set up and ready that I can make the decision, do I want to go good, do I want to go evil? I don't have to worry that, oh well, all my commanders are good, I don't actually have any evil commanders, so I'd really be hindering myself. So again, I would suggest for anyone, if they think they might play both good and evil, I think it's beneficial to create an account of both for Season 1. And like I said, make sure you unlock some commanders and some respect levels and get some gear for both accounts. That way, once the seasons do roll over, you don't have to worry that one or the other is basically starting from scratch. Yeah, Rhino, like having to deal with, you know, the cost of the trolls and how much command points they eat up on a commander, eh? It's been tough. That's one of the other reasons I give Mordor a lot of credit for what we've been able to do. It's been hard. Yeah, no problem. That is a good idea. Let's just go over what will happen at the end of a season. So, at the end of a season, Commander will be retained, Respect level will be retained, skills will be reset, skill points will be reset, points from other sources will be retained. So, if you put extra gifts, so my Grima, for example, I always hit the wrong things when I want to do this. Okay, so my Grima, for example, is at respect level 10. So he's got a bunch of extra ability points. How many? Yeah, he's got 60 total ability points, so it's 10 extra. Yep, that makes sense. So his 50 will reset down to 0, but I will get those 10 points right off the bat to do anything I want with. We'll go back into it to check out more. And influence will be retained. I don't know exactly what would happen there, Lawrence, but what I do know is that if you have an evil account on server 2 and a good account on server 1, you know, just because you have accounts on both, one can't erase the progress from another. If you unlock a commander for the evil faction, you should still have access to it, even if the servers merge. It's just once those servers merge and you choose your new faction, you only get access to whatever commanders you have for that faction. The other thing that I'm wondering is, you know, would they have a certain number of servers dedicated as, you know, good faction? Well, no, I guess that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Never mind. But yeah, because of the way they've got it set up, that has to really be the case, where, you know, if you start an account on server 2 and they give you the option to be evil, but your account on server 1 is good, you still should be able to keep anything you unlock, regardless of servers merging. Oh, that's an interesting point right there. Yeah. Okay. I hadn't thought about it in that sense. So yeah, if you have 2 good accounts and you get, if you have an account on server 1 and an account on server 2, and you get a 50 on server 1 with Haldir and a 30 on server 2, I imagine the 50 would just take over. Like you say, Rhino. That would make sense. Yeah, gems are going to have to combine because they're account-wide. Because if you think about it, it's the same issue. That's the same thing we're facing here, where there are people that spent money on server 1, so they're going to get a refund of gems from server 1, but they also came over to these servers and maybe have started spending money, and so we're going to get a refund from this server as well. Yeah, that I think, if they don't do that themselves, Phantom, we've already been talking about trying to either get either trying to organize the war bands themselves and fellowships and things, so that, you know, you basically have a North American war band, a European war band, a German war band, however we want to set them up, so that we don't have to juggle time zones like that. Either that, or because the war bands are so large now, try and make sure we break people up into proper teams. I had tried to do that. I wasn't able to get enough information early to get people sorted out. But if we could figure out which time zones people were in, at least a general idea, and try and group them together into teams, then it would be much easier to say, you know, hey, Canada team, can you guys, when you wake up, can you go take care of this? And once you're done that, the team from Germany will wake up and they can go and take care of this and that and the other thing. And, you know, having regional based teams within a warband or a fellowship based on time zone would also be a good way to do it. And personally, we're thinking about trying to implement things like that in Mordor going forward. Yeah, that's the same, Lawrence. We've been using UTC as well, as I explained in all my tips videos there. You know, that was the general basis that everyone used in the previous betas, and it worked really well if everyone was in roughly the same time zones. But we found in Mordor anyway that we had a fair number of different time zones that we were having to juggle, and trying to line up the attacks could be difficult. So let's keep going back through this though. Items will be retained. So any gear, my gosh, any gear that you've unlocked will be retained. Any friends will be retained, and this is all the stuff that gets reset. The map gets reset, all your resources, your land, your ring, all the units, structures, warbands, they all get reset. And players can choose their faction again every single season. And yeah, so lasts several months. So they generally, I think, expect them to last about 2 or 3 months. And at which point the servers will merge. I don't know if that'll be, you know, an immediate thing. There'll probably be a day or something that it happens, but that is another thing. I've been asking them for a while in suggestions and stuff that they implement the seasonal reset in one of the betas, because that's just one other aspect of the game that none of us have enough experience with to make educated guesses or decisions or anything like that. I don't know if they're doing it because they just want to save something for, you know, some element of surprise. But right now, I don't see any reason they couldn't extend the beta another maybe 2 weeks and merge some of the servers. There's a ton of servers that have their seasonal objectives complete. I bet the first half dozen servers all have their seasonal objectives complete. 1 and 2 do, guaranteed. I'm pretty sure 3 does. We now do. So why couldn't at least 1 and 2 merge just for even 2 weeks? Like I said, just so we could see what kind of environment the reset brings. Just to give people some time to prepare, or just to give players hope, to actually show people hard evidence that you're not losing everything. Yeah, I think they do need to Yeah. Um, Sorry. Yes, Lawrence, I do agree. I think one of the other things that does need to change, and I think many people have made the suggestion, is that, you know, the roles, the officer roles, need some kind of customization by the leader. There's no distinction between them. Nobody understands what they're able to do with the role. It doesn't really do what it needs to. Gotta love just waiting on marches. Slow trolls. Slow trolls. Gotta love the slow trolls. Yeah, no, they wouldn't have to use actual regional names to avoid just that kind of thing. But having some sort of ability to group people together, that's why I usually say by time zone, because that avoids country names and things like that, stigmas or whatever. But if we could group people by time zones or have individual war bands, you know, because sure, you yourself would never let someone call you a German, but we do know there's a bunch of Germans playing this game. So if instead of 2 or 3 war bands getting mixed up with English, French, and German players, why not have one war band be English, one war band be French, and one war band be German? That's one of the ideas that I was kind of going with, just because that would shortcut so many things. There wouldn't be any translation, any need for translation really, unless it was leaders talking. Time zones would be easier to line up for everybody. So to me, that would be one of the easiest solutions. Otherwise, I do agree that sure, maybe not using regional names, but having an ability in the warband to distinguish people based on region, whether that be time zone or something, just so that we can group them together to make coordinating attacks easier. Not if all the fellowships work together, Lawrence. That would be the key. If all of the war bands were going to split into regional war bands, then they would just need to coordinate. The leaders of the war bands would just need to talk and make sure everyone was on the same page for what was going on. Just the same as Swan and Tom and Witch were doing on this server. I don't know about active playtime. Like, I know me personally, my playtime on this game is sporadic. You know, as you guys saw, there are times where I have been able to be on every day, almost all day. But then there have been other times where I'm lucky if I'm able to get on 2 or 3 hours a day. So having to lock people into active playtimes, I don't know if that would really work. That's why I think I personally, it seems like it works better when, for example, if everyone in the Eastern time zone of North America, for example, if they all knew that at 8 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern, we were attacking a keep, it's easier to shift schedules around that, or no, yes or no, I'm not going to be there, rather than trying to fit attacks into active playtime windows. Yeah, I agree, Rhino, that, most days it's at a certain time, and that is probably general for most people. Like I said, I just feel like locking certain playtimes in might be harder to actually coordinate than setting a certain attack time and having the people in a time zone work around that. Whether they're able to clear schedule things or ask for an attack to be moved up or down an hour or something. There are ways. If it's been easier in the past to shift the schedule if needed, if we had a set attack time based on the in-game clock. Yeah, I agree with you there. Personally, Firewind, I honestly think he would make a great warband leader for an EU fellowship, or for an EU warband. I've been really impressed with what Firewind has been doing. We'll get all this stuff figured out, though. That'll be the nice thing with the downtime. I do have a Magnum chest, don't I? Hey, look at that. A whole lot of nothing. Yeah, take the time. Get rejuvenated. Come back refreshed. I'm almost wondering too if a good plan might be for anyone that is going to take on the leadership roles. It might be a good idea to maybe do it like an every other season type thing. Maybe season 1, for example, if I lead a warband in season 1. Well, season 2, personally, I wouldn't want to be a warband leader again. I couldn't continue to have all of that responsibility the entire time I play the game. So, like I said, I still love leading warbands. I do find it fun. But yeah, I think I would suggest anyone going for leadership positions maybe think about, alternating leadership duties on and off seasons with somebody else. And that's unfortunate, Rhino. I hope those issues have cleared up. I hope you're doing better. I hope you're doing well now. Because that's the thing, you can never, if the game is adding to those kind of issues, you've got to step back for your own health. That's for sure. Personal health comes first. Life comes first. Yeah, it definitely makes it easier when you have a good crew. I mean, I've had a great crew for the most part here in Mordor to lead. You know, even the people not in Swan that have been looking to me for leadership have been great. But there are just some times, and you cannot help it, there are just some times where being a leader is nothing but a headache. Trying to plan out strategies sometimes, depending on the situation you find yourself in. Oh God. Paralyzed by indecision. Yeah, I hear you there, man. You know, it's easy to get invested. It's definitely easy to get invested in it. And that's one of the reasons that I really liked you in Swan, because you did have that dedication and that drive. But like you said, sometimes you don't even realize how deep you've dove in until you take a step back. And, you know, needs some regulation sometimes. So kudos to you for recognizing it and taking steps to alleviate the issue. Not everyone's able to do that. I hope you do come back nice and refreshed and strong and ready to go for live. We'll all have some fun. I hope the pace of the game slows down a little bit come live. You know, I feel like the reason these have been such fast-paced betas is because we knew they were ending, and so we all wanted to get to the end game and get things done and make sure we were there before it ended. But once the game launches, I do hope that things maybe play out a little bit more slowly. Oh, dude, I did not know that, Rhino. I'm so sorry. Yeah, my thoughts are with you, man. I lost my grandmother a number of years ago now, and I feel for you, man. Sorry to hear it. Adult life is great, isn't it? And like just the general stresses of the world right now, eh? It's the thing. It's not even like you can step back from, you know, personal stress and just maybe enjoy a stress-free minute externally. There's so much stress going on in the world itself. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Lord. Right now we got a ton of students. You're very welcome, Rhino. From the heart, man. I imagine she was a wonderful lady. Oh, man. Dude. I don't know how old you are, Rhino, but like, I'm 34. I went through culinary school a few years ago here at Loyalist, so I know what the student debt thing is like. You've got me on Discord, man. If you ever just want to chat, feel free. I'm here for you. It's a rough time right now. It really is. Mental health is not an easy thing to maintain in these conditions. Sometimes really weird, guys. Oh wow. Sounds like it. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of people suffering right now. Having a bit of a hard time dealing with it. You know, we just take it one day at a time, do what we can. I got both of my shots. Fully vaxxed. Still wear my masks when I need to. You know, do the social distancing thing. But this is just one thing of many that we're dealing with anyway. Look at all the wildfires going on all over the world. You tell me climate change isn't a thing? What are we gonna do about that? This stream's getting a lot more serious than it usually does, man. Holy. Nothing against your mentioning your GM, Rhino. That's completely understandable. Like I said, it's just we're into some real topics in chat now, which is always good. Hey, sometimes you got to discuss the real things, eh? Can't always be fun and games. I feel like you and I could have some really good conversations, Rhino. I really confused my history teacher in high school when we got to our like section on communism, and she started teaching us about Marxism and the roots of communism and where it came from and began and everything. I was sitting there in class one day and I thought, like, I turned to her and I just said, well, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but from everything you've just told us, communism sounds like a good thing in theory. Just seems like it was put into practice wrong. And it was one of those things, like, she kind of looked at me like a dog looks at a high-pitched whistle. But that's how I've always felt about it, about communism and socialism and whatnot. Like, it's, if you actually understand where it comes from, and some of the base tenets, not the ones that were perverted by guys like Lenin and Stalin and Mao. In theory, communism is actually a really good thing. The root of communism is community. So, but anyway, that's off on a whole nother, it's a whole nother thing. It's a whole nother thing. Yeah, no, not possible in reality. Not possible in reality at all. It's never been put into practice properly, and it never will. Because it leads to, it's too easy to become corrupt. It's a system that is rife for corruption. That's the unfortunate part. So, that's what, I mean, the idea that, you know, if there was some sort of blend, and how much, like, I don't like assuming, have you done much independent research into communism and Marxism and the roots of it, Frosh, and socialism? Because I will agree that if you look at the communism of Russia, China, North Korea, places like that, that kind of communism does make it look innately evil. But what they practice is not what Marx, that's not what Karl Marx ever had in mind. Hey, Jesus Maximo, welcome back. Yeah, this is one of those conversations that I could go on for hours in those kind of conversations. Might do a whole sub channel for that kind of stuff. Let's go. We are going. We are following Agzok. We are just getting ready. Jesus. We're going to be trying to retake Barad-dûr. So as you can see, we're getting forts set up. We're getting commanders moved. We're getting things going. Anxious Rhino? Yes. You have kind of hit the point right on the head. But, you know, that's beside the point. Okay. Yeah, and like that's why I tried to frame that the way I did, Frosh, because I don't like making assumptions about the level of people's knowledge. I just know that, you know, there are a lot of people that say they think communism is innately evil, yet the only examples of communism or socialism or Marxism that they've ever seen are, you know, the Stalins, the Lenins, the Maos, and Russia and all that, China and all that kind of stuff, which are the worst examples you could show people. Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, the word communism, yes, is probably the wrong one. Marxism is the one that, you know, he kind of had it right. Yeah, you're correct, Lawrence. You know, no one nation has it right now. Each nation thinks they've got it right, but I mean, I've said it a few times before, and I'll say it as many times as I need to. You know, the biggest issue is just the man-made divisions that we put up. Nope, humans are not made for peace, unfortunately. We are hardwired because of our defensive fight or flight nature. We are hardwired for aggression if we feel threatened. But if we weren't threatening each other, maybe we wouldn't need to fight. Yeah. Indeed, Rhino. They're not always overt, are they? And yeah, again, just to get back to that, Lawrence, like humans may not be made for peace, or it may not seem like we are. You know, we have been a warmongering species for most of our existence, but if we could work together and stop pretending that we're different. I mean, we all live on this one big planet. I don't think you would ever reach a point of politics without any corruption. That's kind of the thing, Phantom. You know, that I think is a complete pipe dream. Because as soon as you got to that point of no corruption, I'm sure you would find one person that would figure out, well, wait a minute, I can take advantage of this aspect of the system. And as soon as they do that, you've got corruption. Yeah, Marxism did focus a lot more on capitalism. What's that red dot on my... Snipers. Oh, Google Translate. Gonna come in handy here. I already want this game on my mobile. Hey, we got another one. Excellent. The thing is, Lawrence, one of the issues I think is, you know, people really have to change the way they think about the reward system under a socialist kind of mindset, because in the truest fashion, that person wouldn't need the same kind of reward that you are, you know, because you're assigning a capitalist system reward to a communist system feat. So, you know, that same monetary reward or recognition wouldn't be necessary in the new system. They would be rewarded in other ways, whether that be, because in my opinion, under a socialist system, one of the absolute best methods for goods and services would be the barter system again. You know, if that would be hard on large scale things, for things like supermarkets and whatever, but you know, there is a validity to, I made this thing, you need it, you made that thing, I need it, let's work something out. But again, it's these kind of things, the reason it's actually so hard is because to make the kind of change that's necessary requires an absolute social overhaul, which I don't think any nation is ready to take that kind of risk. It's the same reason that our agriculture industry is facing major issues right now, because the way we consume food in North America, at least, is not sustainable. But in order to fix the problem, requires a massive social overhaul of the way we look at the food we eat. And it's not something governments are ready to even try. Yeah, no, Frosh, that's not quite the idea. I mean, it's not working hard just because they should and forego the ability to get rich from it. They're working hard to better the community. It's the same as, you know, in this game that we've been playing. When you go and path so that the rest of your group can reach a keep, but then you didn't get to attack the keep because you were stammed out. You know, did you work hard just because you should and forego the ability to get benefit from it? Or did you do that to help your team? that's the idea. That's how I look at it. That's how I always interpreted it. Is like the people under that Marxist system are working hard to better the community, because if everyone is working harder, nobody has to work. Like everyone's working easier. And the ability to get rich from it, again, that's when you talk about the ability to get rich in a Marxist system, you can't compare apples to oranges in that sense. You can't look at the capitalist idea of, or the capitalist requirements of money and rich and whatnot, and apply the same kind of things to the other system. The rewards, financial or otherwise, still come under the Marxist system. They just come in a different way. Exactly, Rhino. If you dreamt of being a doctor, it should be to help people, not because of the money. Because that's the issue right there that the capitalist system leads to, is things like privatized healthcare. Jarhead117, welcome to the stream, my man. Any questions about the game you see, feel free to ask. So if I wanted to move my troops into a fortress, I have to have a line of forts. No, not a line of forts to the fortress. So do you mean a fortress that your fellowship or warband owns? Where is it? Like one of these? You don't have to have anything connecting to it. Once it finishes, you should be able to move a commander directly into it. Oh, that one specifically. Okay. So, well, welcome. Let me know your in-game name. So yeah, you just need to wait another 2 hours. Once this fortress finishes, you can just click it, hit, actually, yeah. Once it's finished, you can just hit the move button and send one over. Yeah. Alright. Well, I hope everybody does not mind. I am going to take one last quick bathroom break here and smoke break, and then I will be right back and we'll finish this stream off in about half an hour, 45 minutes or so. I will return. You can follow Grima while he finishes his march. And we are back. Hello, hello. We'll get transitioned right back over. Alright, everybody's home. Let's see what we can do. Let's just clear everybody's troops. See what we're working with again. The next group of doctors that graduate school. What would prevent another group of doctors from replacing ones that die due to illness or stress under a Marxist ideal system or something? I don't understand why we wouldn't still have doctors. Would people stop going to school for some reason? One of the big things, you know, I'm pretty sure I know at least Canada, and I'm pretty sure the U.S. Have both been taking part in a very large socialism experiment over the past year and a half, 2 years, even without knowing it, during the COVID thing. The fact that they gave relief packages, like they gave money to people that lost work to just sit at home and collect that money to have peace of mind so that they could buy groceries, pay rent, do things like that to survive. That's socialism. That's how it's supposed to work. People in those countries paid taxes to the government for situations just like this. You know, it doesn't mean that people aren't still going to go to school, people aren't still going to work. It's more about peace of mind. It's that the government is there to ensure the safety of the people they govern, to ensure the peace of mind of the people they govern. And luckily, like I said, at least in Canada, and I'm sure I saw that there was a benefit in the States too, when this pandemic hit, the governments realized that they needed to step in and provide something to give their people the peace of mind necessary. And like I said, it in reality is a big socialism experiment, even if they don't know it. Because something like that, a universal basic income, which I know Canada has been talking about, that's one of the baselines of socialism. Is that yes, people pay taxes, they go to work, they pay their taxes, but every month, the government gives them some money. So you don't have to work as much. You're not going to have people working 80 hours a week or 60 hours a week every week just because that's what they need to do to afford a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom apartment and support one child. You're not going to have people killing themselves working 3 jobs or multiple overtime jobs if they have some sort of universal income to fall back on. Having to work less means you can spend more time with your family, you've got more time for creative endeavors, you've got more time to stay healthy. Those are the benefits of a true socialist system, if it's implemented properly. I agree, Rhino. I mean, the simulation theory is hilarious, really. Imagine that we're all just a simulation on some crazy AI or alien's computer, just running for some reason. Let me put an example. In a third world country, there are doctors studying because they can support their families because it gives them financial stability. Yeah, and right now, the world in general is not set up to just say, you know what, everybody tomorrow, let's switch. Because yeah, there's too much of an imbalance all over the place. Basically, if that were to happen, if you were to try and solve that problem, you would need a global socialism to happen, where instead of the governments giving a universal basic income to the people they govern, the countries of the world that are well off, like the first world countries, would need to give a universal basic income to the third world countries. And basically start saying, here, every year, we're going to give you, for a real hypothetical here, let's say that's what happened. Countries around the world decided, we're going to start playing nice, we don't need war anymore, and we're going to try a big social experiment, socialism, global thing. So, one major thing that would happen, if there were no military spending, the United States, for example, would have $13 trillion a year to do a lot with. So if countries like that were to say, okay, each year, I'm going to give $1 trillion to this third world country that is having a hard time developing. Well, all of a sudden, it would maybe only take 10 years, and those third world countries would be first world countries. And then a global economy would start to balance. So the same principles could be put in place, but again, it would have to be on a global scale, where the more well-to-do countries were funding the lesser off countries just to make sure that they were able to advance and participate and engage in world events. The best thing that could ever happen for this world would be for every country to become a first world country and all have access to the same technologies, the same healthcare systems, like not systems, but the same kinds of healthcare, treatments kind of thing. The fact that there is such an imbalance of first world and third world countries in this day and age is crazy to me. I'd have to take a look. It very well could be. If you expand it out to a global, reach, it could end up transforming into federalism. But I was just saying that, to me, that's the only way that kind of a thing could work. Is, like I said, you would need, in order for that kind of change to happen effectively. Like I said, I think the more well-to-do countries would basically need to fund the development of the lesser off countries. And we know that there are some countries, like I said, I gave just the example of the States, $13 trillion a year going to their military spending. If for some reason they didn't have to spend that on war anymore, then they could start investing that in the development of the third world, which would eventually start paying dividends. Yeah, I mean, trying to overcome human nature in terms of greed and hate, those are things I don't know if we'll ever, get over those things, Those are so ingrained in some humans. I don't know if it would basically take an outside threat. Like, you know, maybe if aliens were to actually come and say, we're threatening you, maybe then humans would band together and say, okay, it's either us or them. And we like each other enough to get it done. Barring something like that, though, I'm kind of with you, Frosh. I don't have a whole lot of faith that we could overcome humanity's greed and hate and arrogance. Humans are very, very arrogant, unfortunately. Yes, Rhino. You know, the more eyes on a problem, the more solutions you can come up with. You know. I think I've been able to keep up with Lord Phantom. Yeah, I don't really think we do need third world countries. You know, there's always going to be some countries that are less rich than others. You're never going to have equality in that sense where every country is just as rich as every other country, because some are just bigger than others. But we don't need the kind of imbalance that we see in the world today, where you have a nation like America who has, like I said, $13 trillion a year that they can spend just on their military. And you have some countries that can't even picture a fraction of that as their GDP. Indeed. Indeed. Anyone that, if there's any fans of the Dragonlance series, you know, the Time of the Twins books, Test of the Twins and War of the Twins, they were great. And that was one thing they delved into, was the fact that, you know, even if evil, in that book, evil takes over, and once it does, he said, you know, it consumes everything, and there's nothing left, and then it just consumes itself. So there has to be some sort of balance. But the balance doesn't have to be so skewed. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a scary thing to think. A scary thought, Rhino. Getting into thought experiments like that. Oh, man. Like you said, just thinking about ants alone, if you were to, you know, notch their intelligence up a little bit. It wouldn't take much. I was actually just watching a video, Yeah, it was a video on the Fermi paradox on YouTube last night. Can't remember the channel name, or I would mention it, but it was on the Fermi paradox featuring Neil deGrasse Tyson, and one of the things they were talking about was that, you know, we are the only, Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying that there are so many things in nature that you can look along the evolutionary line and see that organisms have in common, different organisms have in common. Locomotion, the ability to move, you know, just about everything can do that, if not everything. The ability to see or sense information from a distance, just about everything has that. You know, there are certain things like that that just across the board, whether you're a human, a fish, a bird, you can do those things. But our level of intelligence and consciousness is unique to humans. And one of the things they said at the end was that, you know, well, maybe the only thing we've been able to discern about consciousness is that having intelligence gives you just enough smarts to make yourself go extinct. Because as far as I know, we're also the only ones that have pretty well put our planet on the brink a few times. Rhino, have you ever heard of the transpermia theory? I probably should start a new channel just for this kind of talk. I could talk about this kind of stuff all friggin' day. Like, I love theorizing and thought experiments. I'm not big on, like, conspiracy theories. I'll debunk conspiracy theories and such. But... so yeah, the transpermia theory, it actually postulates that the material required for life to form on Earth actually came from Mars, and that a rock, like a comet or something, or a meteor, hit Mars, sent a bunch of debris flying, that debris hit Earth, and that's how the life-forming material came to be on Earth. If that's true, we are aliens. We are all Martians. So, well, yeah, because I'm sitting here, it's like, man, I've got this screen up right now, and so if there's people on YouTube looking and like, ooh, a Lord of the Rings game, I'd like to check that out. And they jump in, and here we are talking about aliens, transpermia, socialism. Might send some mixed messages. Might be confusing potential viewers right now, to be honest. But I do love these conversations. Oh my god, I absolutely love them. Because, like, I've started reading now, I've started trying to read more about white holes. I'm sure most of you have heard about black holes, but yeah, white holes are now a thing. And oh boy, do they seem fun. True. That is true right now. Science will tell that's wrong otherwise. Well, that's the thing, Frosh, is they haven't been able to yet. So that's why it's still just a theory, but they are working on it. They are looking, because they still can't give a definitive answer as to where the actual first material for life came from and originated. So, like I said, I'm not saying that the transpermia theory is right. I'm just saying it is a theory. There is scientific evidence that it could have happened. They've already said that it's not implausible. It doesn't break any laws of physics or anything like that. And that's always a good starting point for a theory, basically. If they throw a theory out and the first thing they say is, yeah, but it breaks the second law of thermodynamics, well, then there's really no hope for that theory. But no, this transpermia one, it actually seems like it has some bearing to it. So I'm keeping an eye on it. White holes. Yes. So they always theorized that the information that went into a black hole didn't actually disappear, because that would violate thermodynamics and entropy and all that. Hawking proved that the information doesn't disappear. Hawking radiation that is emitted from the event horizon of a black hole is the data. It's the data, basically. But they have found that, I don't know if they've actually found, don't quote me on this, I'd have to go and look it up to make sure if they've actually found a white hole to observe one. But I think it may still all be theoretical, but in the sense that they've done all the tests, all the math, and found that, okay, there's nothing in the laws of physics that prevent a white hole from existing. And by all accounts, they should be able to find one. And that is exactly, Rhino, what a lot of people are thinking. Personally, I don't know about alternate reality entrance. I kind of think it's more along the lines of getting close to proving Einstein's wormhole theory, where Einstein's wormhole theory was basically that, like, Here, Einstein's wormhole theory basically postulates that this sheet of paper is, you know, our universe. And in order to traverse the universe, you could kind of like fold the sheet and create a black hole on this side and a white hole on this side, and you'd go bloop through it. Again, that's all theoretical. Nobody's been able to prove that or disprove it, but that was what Einstein thought a wormhole was basically the universe folding over and having a hole punched through it. See you later, Phantom. Thank you very much for joining me. This has been an interesting stream, to say the least. Always appreciate your company. And yeah, keep an eye on in-game. We'll be hitting BD within the next, day or two, probably. Oh my. Nostradamus. Do you give him credit for his what people call predictions? He's a funny guy. Nostradamus. I wouldn't exactly say he was defying science. Well, defying it in terms of like he was claiming he could do things unscientifically. He was denying science the same way, or defying science the same way the Mayans were. I hope so, Rhino. And you know what? I honestly think Richard Branson, not so much Bezos, but Richard Branson, I honestly think he took a huge step in that change when he privatized space travel, commercial space flight. That's going to be huge. Because I know there are already companies working on plans for space hotels and things like that. So that I think is going to be the next big step. I know there's still some people trying to figure out how to colonize either Mars or the moon, but that's going to be... I don't know if that's going to be my lifetime. Okay, so admittedly, he has had some correct predictions, Frosh. But let me ask you this. Have you gone and read the full list of Nostradamus predictions to find out how many of his predictions did not come true? And how many of them had such gaps of time that eventually the vague thing he was talking about had to happen? That's the problem with Nostradamus, is that he made so many predictions, they were so vague, they spanned such lengths of time that chances are, yeah, most of the things he said were probably going to come true. Or not most, but some of them were going to come true. And over time, people only remember the correct ones. Nobody remembers the thousands of predictions he made that didn't come true. And hey, that one, Frosh, that, we use 10% of our brain or whatever, that one, it's up in the air. The brain is a whole nother thing. Get stuck in the space hotel. Oh my god, that would be hilarious. Yeah, sorry, we're having COVID 31, and I gotta sit through my 2-week quarantine in the space hotel. Yeah, I'll be back in a month. And hey, Frosh, yeah, I don't want you to feel like I'm denigrating your beliefs in these things at all. You're free to believe these things, of course. So, I like to debate these things. That's all I try and do, is bring up points or topics or counterpoints and stuff like that, and have a discussion. It's nothing personal. So you seem like the kind of guy that likes the same thing. So I'm enjoying the discussions we're having. Yes, Rhino. Yeah. There are a ton of humans on the planet right now, not even using that 10% of their brain. There's a ton about the brain doctors don't know, that's for sure. Sorry. I gotta remember that myself sometimes and remember to slow down. When I get excited, I start speaking faster. On a doomsday event? What's a doomsday event? Oh! I thought you meant in-game, Rhino. Yes, we are. The San Andreas, I think, is the next one that we're really due for. When that does decide to go, oh boy, hold on to your hats. Because the scary thing that I think is, if the San Andreas goes, it could be a trigger for Yellowstone. Excellent. That's the way to be, Frosh. You gotta have that open mind like that, right? I'm the same way. I love watching debates and seeing what I can learn. That's alright. Sorry, I'm a fast talker. No, I'm having quite a lot of fun myself. Like I said, I don't know. Can I... Just give me a second here. Yeah, that's gonna switch everything over if I do that. So let's all right, I'm trying to figure something out here. I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna do this, and this, and this. Whoop. Bring this over here. Ah. Stuff and things. Oh god, wrong thing. Also wrong thing. Oh boy, I am screwing stuff up here. Okay. There we go. That's okay. Aha! Okay, that'd work. And then... I can put... I'll be with it in just a second. I'm just seeing if I can get something set up here quickly for this just kind of chatting thing. Images? There it is. This one seems to work well for it. Alright. Webcam. Filters. Oh, okay, that works. Oh, no. Transition? Transition. Hey, look at that. I think this works a little better for like a just chatting. We're just chatting. Oh, hey, Lawrence. Welcome back. You've missed some interesting chats. I'm just waiting on whatever. Not a whole lot. I mean, I was just going to be moving guys over to Barad-dûr. Can I still... Oh, okay, I guess I can even still show it. I'm just moving, yeah, I can have it in the background even while I'm doing the just chatting. I'm just going to be moving some guys over to Barad-dûr now. Get ready for the assault. Let them build up their stamina. Get an upgrade going here. Oh, we've been having chats in here today, Lauren. Oh, I should transition though if I plan on letting you guys see what changes I was making. Haha, look at that. See, you can still see what's going on in the background, but now, I don't know, I'm here in the middle for just chatting. Like we're actually chatting with each other. But yeah, we've been having some really interesting chats, Lawrence. I don't know if you're able to scroll up and catch up on it, but we've been talking about, you know, political systems, socialism, capitalism, space, Nostradamus. It's been fun. It's been interesting. Ugthak loaded up here. Actually, we'll save him for when... Oh, there's only 4,000 alchemists right now anyway. Don't even... Oh god. Oh god. I mean, at least you didn't say the worst one. But, like, Hollow Earth, I'm just not even... Oh my god, I don't even... But there's another one that drives me up the wall. I had thought about starting a YouTube channel. I don't know if there's anyone that follows people like Simon Dan on YouTube. But I had considered starting a channel like that, where I basically just look at flat earth videos, hollow earth videos, all that kind of stuff, and go through and point out just how stupid and ridiculous they are and actually try and educate people. Yeah, that's the one, Rhino. That's the one. I prefer to see the intelligence level of humanity go up, not down. And that group of people, wow. If I do have any genuine flat earthers in the chat, I'm not sorry. Alerts. Let's go with alerts. Why not? Or no, yeah. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so confused. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we're all in agreement on that. When I first heard that theory, it honestly stunned me, because it's like, wait, what? I thought humanity came to a consensus on the shape of the Earth, like, a long time ago. I didn't think that was something up for debate anymore. Because most flat earthers also have to believe that space is fake. Otherwise, it's like, why would Earth be the only flat thing if everything else out there is round? And that's when a lot of them will tell you, oh, well, space is fake. No, it isn't. Right? Oh my god. Yeah, like Hollow Earth, I may not believe it and may have my issues with it, but I mean, at least it's got some stuff, I guess, behind it. Yeah, I know, it's totally a dome, right? A firmament. The stars are all painted on. Are they painted on, or are they holes in the dome? You thought of a pyramid? The pyramids are awesome. Those are a human achievement. Yeah, they were built by slaves, but I mean, that's still some hard friggin' work for a bunch of humans to do by hand. That's ingenuity. This is the thing, Frosh. You can't actually do that to them, because they will look at the image and they'll just say, yeah, it's CGI. So what? And they can say that, and one of the biggest things they'll do to defend it is that NASA has come out and admitted, they have their like artists and whatnot admit, that the images you see of Earth are not true images, they are composite images. Because of the way satellites take pictures of the Earth in like rectangular strips, then if you line all those rectangular strips up in a globe, you're going to have black areas, these black triangles with no information. So what they do is they take these two triangles and they take a piece of the image from here and copy and paste it into that area to make one complete image. And so there have been people looking at photos of Earth and they'll see this cloud formation here and the exact same cloud formation here, and they say, oh, look, it's fake. It's like, no, it's not fake. It's a composite image because you can't make a globe out of a bunch of rectangles without having missing pieces. So you fill the missing pieces in with information you've got. Oh boy. You may have. It is tough because admittedly most commercial flights don't fly high enough to actually see the observable curve of the Earth. You can sometimes see a very slight one. The one issue with aliens living in Earth and the one issue with the hollow Earth theory, Rhino, is that Earth, the magnetism of Earth and Earth's gravitational pull are all generated from the density of Earth, the density of our core, the interactions going on there, the magma flowing in the mantle, you know, the interactions inside with all of that stuff is generating our magnetic field. That's what generates Earth's gravity. So if Earth were hollow, how do we have the moon? If Earth was hollow, we wouldn't have enough gravity to attract the moon and lock it into a tidal orbit. If it were hollow, how do we have a magnetic field that wraps all the way around the Earth that we know is generated by the core? So those are my issues with the hollow Earth theory. Yeah, now, you know, if you're talking like pockets of underground civilizations, that I'm not going to put past you. You know, the one thing that baffles me about Earth is that we know more about space than we know more about deep space than we know about our deep oceans. So, let that sink in for a minute. You want to start talking about alien worlds? Let's find out what's down there. The Bermuda Triangle? Not really. It's just if you actually, I mean, from what I've read about it and the research I've done into it, most of the phenomena that happen there can be explained because of the extreme weather events that generally occur in the area. It's an area of extreme turbulence, so planes always have a hard time flying through there. It's very likely to get storms in that area. So boats and planes both have an issue making it through there on a good day. As far as I know, it's also a pretty popular area for piracy. That I would have to go and double check on, but that would also explain boats and ships disappearing without a trace. They might have. The thing that's interesting me now is that the government has finally allowed people like their pilots to start releasing footage of the UFOs that they're seeing when they're flying. I don't know if any of you have checked out the new footage that's been released, but there have been at least 2 or 3, I think, different bits of footage released by the American government, I think it is, from Navy pilots or Air Force pilots and whatnot, that have been doing different flights and have seen something that they couldn't identify flying in strange patterns. And so they recorded it, sent it in, and that footage has been released. And they're starting to admit that, yes, there have been pilots encounter objects in flight that they cannot identify as man-made. It could be. Very well could be. The one thing that I still kind of doubt, I mean, even if these UFOs turn out to be something, I don't actually think that aliens would want to contact us for any benevolent purposes. If aliens, I'm kind of on board with Stephen Hawking in the sense that if aliens do want to contact us, we want to be a very, very, very afraid species. Because they're not going to come here to learn from us. What the heck would they have to learn from us? They're not going to come to talk to us. They would come here for one thing. They would only ever come here if Earth as a planet was valuable in resources for whatever their next step is. So, because we're not a species worth getting into any galactic community, if there is one. If you think about any of the kind of galactic civilizations from games or movies or shows that you can think of, Star Trek, Star Wars, Mass Effect, any of that kind of stuff, do you think the humanity of today would be suited to any of them? Not a chance. Not a chance. We're still so dependent on fossil fuels. We're still so obsessed with war and hate and greed, as we were discussing earlier. So, again, if aliens do show up, it's probably not going to be a good day for us. Yeah, that's the thing, because UFO, people need to also remember, the term UFO does not mean alien, it just means unidentified flying object. If you see a tennis ball flying through the air, but you can't actually identify it as a tennis ball, technically, it's a UFO. Yeah, we have Rick and Morty, though. South Park was always my jam. I mean, if that. Maybe to find out if we're useful for anything. You know, for biomatter or anything like that. Humans would make terrible batteries, though, if that's where you're going. Taking, like, the Matrix idea. Humans would make terrible batteries. Right? There's no reason we need to be burning fossil fuels anymore. We've got so many other options. The only reason we're still doing it is because it's the system we were built into, and it's the system that's convenient. It would take hard work to change. It would take too many people to change. Humans don't like change in general. You know, anyone that out there that feels bad for themselves that they may not like change, don't feel bad. Humans in general don't like change. Once humans find something they're comfortable with, they want to stick with it as long as they possibly can. Yes, Terrence and Phillip was great. When they introduced Towley, oh man, Towley is so good. You're a towel. And like Matt and Trey, the writing on South Park, they covered some of the best real world issues in some of the best ways. Absolutely love it. The World of Warcraft episode was so good. They had a few lackluster seasons here over the last number of years, but man, for a while it was gold. And then this last couple of seasons, I think it was like Integrity Farms, was amazing. Love Randy Marsh, man. He's so funny. Yeah, I mean that's the one big thing is right now the top 1% that control the 90% of the wealth or whatever it is, you know, they don't want to see that kind of systemic change because of exactly what you said. Their wallets are going to take a massive hit. Talk to you later, Rhino. Thank you very much for joining. Great conversations, man. Look forward to having more in the future. You have a good day. I hope everything goes well for you. Yeah, Chef was definitely the man for a little while. But once I found out Isaac Hayes was a Scientologist and he left the show because they did their episode on Scientology, I was done with Chef. Screw that. He had no problem making fun of every other religion or any other group that they made fun of, but as soon as they tried to poke fun at his, oh no, that's going too far. Oh, you talking about Mr. Bezos? Yeah. Exactly. Like, there are some individuals that could, you know, at least feed entire countries for a year and probably wouldn't even make a dent in their friggin' wallet. But no, they gotta invest that in making a dick that goes to space. Richard Branson, I'm all for it. I think he's got the good intentions. I think he's doing it the right way. I'm not in favor of Jeff Bezos. Don't like him one bit. Alright, well, I'm going to go take a quick smoke, have a quick smoke, take a quick pee, and when I return, we'll continue the conversations. Space Force! Team America, World Police. God, that was a weird movie. Anyway, I will be back. We can continue the conversation for a little bit longer. I'm enjoying it. Oh, yeah. Forgot I had a new thing with the thing. So I show up as soon as I walk in. Yeah, wow, that Nightbot. He went crazy on you, didn't he, Frosh? I guess I gotta go adjust the settings on that thing so he's not so... not quite so hardcore. Oh. So, I think... Oh, yeah, there's Barad-dûr. There's my fort and other people's forts. Go back to the live scene now that we're not having the conversation that we were. Let people see the scene again. Make sure we can all see what's going on. Nice. Welcome back, Merc. It is good to have Merc back. Good to see him back. Yeah, looks like got some people gonna take the southern Condies. Yeah, we're still just getting everything ready. Take this back. Once we got him loaded up. I'll load him up with. Whoop. Give him a bunch of alchemists. Trolls. Oh, that's what I wanted to give him, the trolls to protect him. Crap. Alright, well I got more building, I believe. So he can wait. No, I guess I don't. I will now. Bam. Yeah, I think he'd probably actually just be good with a bunch of trolls and alchemists. There we go, we got alerts. Flojo, hey man, welcome back to the stream. Oh, we're getting ready. We are making preparations. As you can see here, the forts are all cleared out. People are getting set up. If you're not here yet, make your way. If you are here, then just make sure you get your barracks nice and full. Oh yeah, we are, because we've pretty much decided to sacrifice Hills of Rhun to the dwarves so that we can take Barad-dûr. That is the main focus. That's definitely the main focus. Half an hour for that upgrade to finish. We'll keep it going for another half hour here. call it quits at the 4-hour mark. It's been a good stream. Had some really good conversation. I always like having those kind of discussions with people. And it's great when they're able to stay respectful and insightful, and everyone's just in it to learn and discuss. Flojo, I apologize, but are you James? There was somebody in earlier that I thought was James, and I had mistaken them. I'm trying to keep track of people in-game that come into chat. I know I've got a few, so... Awesome. Okay. Glad I had that one right. That sounds good that you'll be ready for tomorrow. Because, yeah, I imagine tomorrow or Sunday will probably be the day we strike. This war declaration is going to be done in 9 hours for us. 10 hours, so that'll be 1:30. 12 hours will be 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. So we wouldn't be able to attack until about 7 p.m. Eastern time, like my time, tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow evening, at the earliest. But I don't think we're trying to rush it. I think we're trying to make sure we get as many people here that are able to attack it as possible. Just to make sure we get it. And if you're not aware, Flojo, I have started streaming on Twitch as well. Same name, AJ McGamer. I tried streaming this game last night, but because it's not in the Twitch category system, I think it's going to be hard for people to find it there until the game goes live, which is why I'm continuing the stream here. But I've also started streaming Shadow of War, Middle-earth Shadow of War, on Twitch as well. So I decided to get back into that. So if you're interested in that, or any of the other games, probably gonna be like a variety streamer in that sense. I got a bunch of different games that I'm into. I know there's a few different people in the audience that, you know, Frosh is into the Magic the Gathering. Lawrence likes the Shadow of War. So I'll probably have at least 2 or 3 games that I'm jumping between. This will definitely be one of them once it goes live. I will most likely be streaming Shadow of War later on Twitch, actually, if you do want to check it out. Hey, DJ Haxerl. Welcome. I wonder. That's... So I guess they just followed me on Twitch? Cool, okay. Well, thank you for the follow. I doubt you're watching me on the stream here, DJ, but if I catch you on the Twitch stream, I'll be sure to thank you. I might have to figure out how to adjust the alerts to individualize them to the platform I'm on. I thought it did that automatically. Ah, okay, well thank you. Thank you very much, DJ. I appreciate that follow. I don't know exactly when it's gonna go live, but we've been able... Yeah, I've got the alerts set up, but I thought the alerts were individualized to the platform you were on, so cool. Anyway, the closest we heard, was that it was going to release later this year. I have started to hear rumblings and rumors about December 9th or early December, and that kind of makes sense with the initial stuff that I had been hearing. So, don't quote me on December 9th, but if you've joined the official Discord, then you can stay up to date there, and I'm sure they'll put the information out as we get closer to that time. Oh, you sent me your... That's right, you sent me your Discord information in game, didn't you? Asking... Okay. Aha. If I'd have done this... I saw this message, James, and I did note that I had to take note to do it. I just hadn't got it done yet. I will do it right now. Okay, add friend. DJ. Haxler. Haxerl. Aha. Hashtag 34. No, 3422. Okay. Done. I just sent you a friend request on Discord, Flojo. We'll get you in on the official Discord, as well as the unofficial Discord. Hey, good job, Lawrence. I knew you could do it. I think you'd be... you seem to be the kind of person, Lawrence, that would make a good recruitment officer. Seem to be able to motivate people or sweet talk people when you need to. Seem like a good salesperson, probably. Hey, good job. Very good job, James. Oh, 225,000 soldier damage. That's always beautiful to see. You're very welcome. So Lawrence, I'm probably, when I'm done the stream here, I'm going to finish this stream up in, I don't know, about 20 minutes or so, at about the 4-hour mark. Going to take a little break, and then probably in a little bit, I will be streaming Shadow of War on Twitch. If you want to check it out, not sure what your schedule is like, but just giving you a heads up. I do not think you should do that, Lawrence. I really don't. Considering, okay, the only reason I really don't think you should do that, okay, is because, like, we've already had a small group of people decide to come mess with our plans. we had come up with a plan, and we thought, great, we've got like a few days left. Everyone else is gone, and they're doing their own thing. Everyone's busy. We can go and do this, that, and the other thing. We can retake Barad-dûr, and the last days of the beta will be all fine and dandy, sunshine and rainbows. And then, of course, the dwarves decided, nope, we gotta mess with them. We gotta mess with those plans. So we've had to sacrifice Hills of Rhun again and say, fine, have your fun over here. We don't need you coming over and causing issues either, Lawrence. Like, come on. Yeah, I always tried to make sure I included that whenever I was talking to people about commanders. Was that, you know, just because the commanders I had at a high level, that didn't necessarily mean those were the commanders for everyone to be using. I always made sure to talk about Gorbag and say that I've seen numerous reports showing that he does very well, because I knew that he had potential. Especially, yeah, if you can get him up here to be able to get that Watchman, oh man. And you've got him built really nice. Yeah. Very nice. I mean, I guess it was kind of nice of the dwarves relocating me down here a little bit. Like, I don't know, am I closer to? Probably not, actually. I was, like, right here. Whatever. I'm close enough to Barad-dûr. Yeah, that was hilarious. I relocate over there, and then I didn't even make it a full day. Not even a full 24 hours over there. I made it long enough to get one mock battle in on my 300, though. So I was happy about that. I considered that I considered that a success. I don't have any water up here with me. That's why my mouth's feeling so dry. Hey, up to 6 viewers. Welcome to the stream, everyone that's joining us. If there's anyone new, feel free to ask any questions you may have about the game that you see in front of you. It's Lord of the Rings Rise to War. We've got a bunch of knowledgeable people in-game, as well as some knowledgeable people in our chat here that can all do our best to try and answer your questions. The beta of this does end on Tuesday, unfortunately. But we are hoping that later this year, possibly early December, is when the game will launch live. There is a Discord run by the devs that you can join where they put game updates, and I'm sure they will keep people updated on the live launch on there. Feel free to say hi in the chat if you're new here. Nobody here bites. I mean, Lauren's nibbles a little, but, you know, don't mind them. They're fine. I was hoping you were here to hear that one. Hey. All in jest, you know that. And also to anyone that has recently just joined, the stream will be ending in about 12 minutes time. We're just waiting up for this upgrade. We're gonna get somebody else marching over here. Make sure we got people ready to go. I will be streaming on Twitch later on, I'll be streaming Middle-earth: Shadow of War for any interested in that series. And that stream will probably start at about 6 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's about 2 hours and 15 minutes. For anyone that's not running on Eastern Time, which is many people. So time zones are fun, especially when they don't make sense. I love the time zones we have in the world that are like an hour and a half. You're not sure if you could join the stream? Why are you not sure if you could join the stream? Oh, it's okay, yeah. It's gonna be like midnight by that point, so that's why I said earlier I wasn't sure what your schedule was like. It does seem like my earlier in the day streams line up better with your schedule, whereas the evening ones are generally when you're sleeping, so that's understandable. You can always catch the replay. It'll be on there when you wake up. I think I got a weird one on there last night when I tried to, because I tried to transition from this game over to Shadow of War for a little bit just to get something done. There was one or two things I wanted to check out, and in doing so, I had to change the scenes in OBS, and I thought I had ended the stream, but then all of a sudden while I was playing Shadow of War or doing something, thinking I was off stream, I realized I was still streaming. So yeah, that was my first just awkward on stream moment where I thought I was off stream. I'm glad I didn't do or say anything weird. I do enough of that on stream anyway, so. But yeah, I mean, you know, I don't want you to feel pressured at all. Geez. You know, if you can catch it, you can catch it. If not, no, don't worry about it. I always love when you show up in chat. It's always great to have you. But if you can't make it, you can't make it. You gotta sleep too. I mean, I know we all joke you can sleep when you're dead, but you're gonna get to dead faster if you don't sleep. Ah, okay. Well, there you go. Thank you for the rewatch as well. I'm sure that helps the I don't know, algorithm, if there is one on Twitch. Oh, yeah, that's, was that because, I think there was somebody viewing or something. I think I was testing something, I don't know. 'Cause I don't usually just, like, say hello to an empty chat. I don't mind just talking to the open air. It's not one of those things, so. Yeah, I can see how that would have looked very sad, though. Just some streamer, no viewers, goes to, hello? Is anybody there? I'm lonely. I've probably just offended a whole sect of people by doing that, but hey, it is what it is. The way I like to say it, I grew up on George Carlin. My definition of offensive is a little bit different. Yeah, like I said, if that may have even been when I thought I was off stream. Because I think there's two from last night. I think there's two from yesterday. There'd be the earlier one from yesterday where I was streaming Shadow of War, and then there'd be the one later at night that starts with Rise to War and ends with a little bit of Shadow of War shenanigans. Yeah, I guess they did, because some of the dwarves, this, like, really, guys? Really? Messing with us was so important that they gave up Erebor. Seriously, I love that so much. Did we really peeve them off by coming and retaking these from them? Wow. That is hilarious, though. Absolutely hilarious. Alright, so let's get back over to... that fort's probably done soon. 4 minutes. Alrighty. Alrighty. So, for the last little bit here... Whoa. Man, this friggin' camera and its zoom is weird. Why the hell are you focused in so hard? Jeez. Alright. Transition. We'll finish the stream off like this because we're just going to be chatting for the last, like, 3 or 4 minutes anyway. Just waiting on this. Just waiting on this fort to build, so. But yeah, the elves took Erebor. That's... I mean, right to the last days, eh? Right to the last days of the server. We got interesting things happening. This is why I've said this has been one of the most balanced servers that I've seen. Admittedly, Rohan is still kind of the... you know... they're kind of the out on the outs. But... this red point... Oh, yeah. You guys had this full of forts, didn't you? Ouch. Oh, noes. They're coming to take Dunharrow from you, eh? And you want to send troops over... Nah, in the chat. This red point... This red point on the chat. What do you mean? Is it something I just... Do you mean like the frame around the chat box on the screen with like the flames at the bottom? I'm not sure what red point you're talking about. Oh! That one. Okay. Gotcha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Sorry about that. But yes. Yes, there are too many chat boxes for me to watch to track them all, it seems, anymore, okay? I gotta watch in-game chat, I gotta watch YouTube chat, I gotta watch for private chat messages. Yeah, it would have taken a while, I think. Because I hadn't really been looking at the chat area, so that would have taken a while. Good call. All right, we got this fort done. The upgrade anyway. We can bring alerts on over. What the heck is this? Really? Really? Really, Lawrence? I know this is you before even having to go and check, okay? I'll go track you down. But I would put money on this being you. Let's go see. Oh! Look at that. Foot in mouth. I was wrong. It's Estelle. That would probably have been my second guess. To be perfectly honest. Yeah, no, I know now. I know that now. I went and checked. It's Estelle. Just gotta come say hi, doesn't he? Or she, or it, or they. I don't know. I can't keep track of them all anymore. My money. What about your money? Oh, yes. It is your money. Yep. That non-agreed upon amount is in the mail. Yeah, don't worry about it, Sean. It happens. I don't have enough time to mock many commanders on it anyway. How about this, Lawrence? I will remember this, and like if I get to the point on Twitch where I've got those gifted sub things or whatever, I will gift you a sub for this. I know we didn't agree on any money, but like, I don't know. I still feel it's just one of those personal things. I do feel like I put it out there. And I was definitely slapped right in the face with it, like proven totally wrong. It was great though. I really did think it was gonna be you. But no, it's Estelle. Alright, so we got We got what's it coming over here. We got. It needs so long to Mount Doom. Well, that's good news. Just started them. Awesome. Yeah, GG, Sean. That was his first Relo. Congrats to him. Alright, so we've got our commanders moving. We've got things happening. We're happy with where we are. I think we've got... No, let's get another timer going. We can get some more food. Let's go focus. I think I just saw this. So then we can also do this and this. All right, there. Now, I can conscript some troops. What do I want to conscript? I'm gonna need a bunch more Reapers. Please just fear the Reaper. Alright. So with that taken care of, timer's on the go. Timer. I think it's time to call this stream complete. Thank you very much, once again, any and all who have joined in. Today's been wonderful. We've had some great conversation of all sorts. Covered some things about the game. Seems like we got some new people interested in the game, so hopefully that's some new blood in when it goes live. And once again, I will be streaming on Twitch in a couple of hours. Streaming Shadow of War, Middle-earth Shadow of War, if you want to check that out. Same name, AJ McGamer. If you've enjoyed this stream, please like and subscribe so you don't miss the next ones. And until next time, good luck on the battlefield.